Good evening, everybody. I'm just pressing all the buttons and flipping all the switches. And we are in. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. We have Russ and Azuren in the chat already. Good evening. It is evening here. Let me just poke my overlay because it's misbehaving a little. Okay, that's better. Okay, now I can see both preview screens. Okay. Yes, we are going pretty well. Today has been a productive day. Visited my dad and helped him with a few things today. We are back with another stream. We did a different stream last night. Last night we streamed No Man's Sky doing the expedition, and there was a bit frustrating, and we didn't actually finish. Because it was getting very late at night. I'd been streaming for 6.5 hours and I ran out of fuel on the way to a planet with still having 3 milestones left to go. So I just went, this is enough. I'm going to bed. So I've since logged in and got fuel. So my No Man's Sky expedition is mostly done, but I wanted to jump back into Satisfactory. We're starting a bit later tonight. So this will be a shorter stream, but I wanted to progress the factory, the steel factory, which we were working on last week in Satisfactory. Yeah, No Man's Sky, I was up to the milestones I had left was I had to build a full skeleton and I had to fish up 5 fish and I needed to scan things, and then there was the final boss. And I was like, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to spend 15 minutes getting these skeletal bones together. If I can do this in 15 minutes, I'll take it as a sign that everything is on track and I can keep pushing through because I might be able to finish it in half an hour. And then I ran out of fuel boosting to the planet and I had no tritium left on me. So that was a sign. Yes, unfortunately Azuren's D&D game has been put on hold, which we are all missing, but her mental health is important. So here we are, back in Satisfactory. I don't know if I've done much of a tour of the basics factory since I've been putting a few bits of architecture on. I think I did a bit of a brief tour last time. I've almost finished. I've basically just got this back wall to do, and then I will be done. But I have updated the tree surround around here. We're now using the new, what's it called, braided cable and the new round concrete beams. So that gives a much better look around the tree there. And as you may have seen at the back there, I've put sort of the shiny edge all the way along the back there. Put these pillars in around the tree, sort of a circular courtyard for the tree here. Which I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. And been tweaking the roof. The roof structure we did a couple of sessions ago. But I do have a little ladder and a little manhole up to the roof, so there's still an access hatch that you can get up to the roof if you need to maintain it. And also, I don't know if I've shown this, I finally started to fix the entryway here. So that's the main entry over there, but this is kind of the main, or the back entry into the main office of the factory. So this is still a work in progress, but I've kind of have a similar lighted beam along here. Not sure if I'll leave this open or put a wall here yet, but now you can properly come around to the main entry here where we have all our supplies coming through. So as I said, it's mostly done. It's really just that back wall. And maybe something around this tree, but this is fairly simple, and I'm happy with that. Finally got screenshots of your No Man's Sky build on the new community world. Cool. Yes, I am close to finishing the expedition. I've done the skeleton one now, and yes, it did only take me 15 minutes once I actually made it to the planet. My frame rate is a bit stuttery. Ooh, that is not good. Interesting. I am running at a higher resolution than I normally stream at, and in testing, it suggested that this frame rate was fine. But it is struggling, and I wonder if it's maybe because of my chat overlay or something like that, sort of making the VR stuff harder. But I'll keep with it. It's a little jittery in the headset, but if it's looking okay in the stream, we'll continue as is. How do I play this game? Okay, inventory space. I don't think we need anything special. Actually, now I remember, I was going to build 2 motor factories there, so I've got my ingredients list on what I need to build them. And I've got everything easily available. Maybe I should hand grab... No, we've got plenty in the depot. That's fine. Steel beams is the only thing we really need. And we're going to the steel factory, which has lots of steel beams. So this should be fine. So I'm just going to jump in and keep building this factory expansion. Now, let me just grab the zip line. Missed! So the last time we were working on the factory, we overclocked all the coal generators, so we now have double the power, and this is the new steel factory work in progress at the moment. So over here we have one... It's kind of a modified blueprint. I didn't really make a blueprint specifically for this bit of the factory, but I used an existing blueprint and sort of hacked it up and modified it. So we have this structure here, which is making the encased beams. So down the bottom here, we're making the concrete. We're actually grabbing the pipes from over there, and the concrete and the pipes up the top are going to make the encased beams, but we haven't done the output yet. So this is actually the input here. The output will be on this side. So we need to, we've actually got the merged outputs here. So that's right, I did actually merge them together. I just need to put a lift on here and send that off to storage once we figure out where we're going to put storage. So this is kind of the center part of the factory where we're just making the beams and pipes, and we're experimenting with vertical manifolds. So instead of having a manifold side by side, we've got a stack of conveyor with a stackable blueprint, and then we have these super buggy vertical splitters and mergers, so we can feed in all the ore here, and then all the pipes get merged into this output here together. And currently I'm just sending them over there because that needs it, but we'll have to tidy that up later. And over here we just have 2 constructors that we just put down that are going to be making the beams. And it looks like I have set the recipes, but I haven't actually set up the input materials to come across here. So this is where we got to. So let's finish off this bit and get this online. And then we'll be building another factory wing over there to do the motors and the stators, which we have already made blueprints to do. Now, let's see if this is still buggy. Last time we put down our hole. That's not centered, is it? It is centered, okay. Last time we had a problem where putting a lift here and then snapping on these here was at the wrong height. Hang on, it's working this time. Okay, that factory over there, they were off by ½ a meter, and I had to do shenanigans to get it to be the right height. But this actually looks like it's lining up. Oops. Hooray! Okay, that's slightly less buggy than last week. So this is where our steel ingots will come in, and then it'll go into here, and we'll merge the output which is the vase. Actually, it might have been the merges that were out of alignment. Let's try it again. Let's see if this one behaves. So this one is an output, so we need to reverse. Hang on. Ah, no, I did do it wrong. Nope, I did it right. Yep, okay, never mind me. Just making sure my lift's the right way around. So this one will be merges. Do these line up? These line up too. That is very curious. I thought I'd figured out a specific repeatable problem, but it is not repeatable this week. Okay, now we do need to put conveyors in between. What's our throughput requirements here? So these are 60 in, so potentially if we overclock this later, this might go as high as 180, so we can't use a 60 belt. We could use a 120, but I'm just going to put Mark 3s in here. And might as well just use Mark 3s in the output, because it's not like that's going to bottleneck. Okay. Ah, look, that hole is the wrong size because I didn't pre-fit the 1 meter foundation. Which means I need to rebuild this. Which means that might cause problems. That is lined up. And it won't snap on. Can I start? Okay, I can start from there. Wow, it even kept the right direction. It's a miracle. Now we need power, so we're going to bring this power down here to under the ground. And that's already connected to the other power up there, so we just need to bring this down. This is going to be hard to get to from this angle, so I'm just going to drop down. Yep, that's good. And while I'm down here, I might as well do some logistics. Come on, rotate one more. So we should just be able to put that there. Bring that across, and that will bring, there should be enough steel. If I've done my math right, most of the steel is actually going to be required by the motors factory. So that should be enough for these two. We'll tidy up under here later. This is still kind of placeholder. We're just putting the pieces together to get the logistics and everything working. We didn't connect the power while we were down there. Here we go, it's alive. Are we having beams come out the top? Yes, we are. So both of them are producing beams. Excellent. Now these beams are only going to be going into storage and the depot for building. These aren't going to any other part of the factory. It was only the pipes that are feeding over there. So again, we're going to deal with the outputs of these later on, but that is that part of the factory finished. Now you may have noticed we've kind of got a circular theme working off the middle of the crater here, and we've sort of got separate little factories around each increment, and we don't yet have the increment for the next factory around. Because I think that's the angle of that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 8 segments before we go to the next one. So we want to go another 8 segments around the circle to get the angle for the next sub-factory. So 1, 2, I'm going to need to extend out from our middle circle. It's probably this one, I reckon, just by eyeballing it. Let's work with that. Let's see if these two are enough and this is the right one. So these lines coming out of the center here, these are at 5 degrees around the circle, whereas these are actually every 2.5 degrees. So if I wanted to, I could put a 2.5 one in here to get a smooth border all the way around. And maybe I should do that. I wonder why that is not lined up. Okay, so you can see here we've used a beam trick to get this in at an angle between them so that that is 2.5 degrees. So I guess we could keep doing this again. So the way to get a 2.5 or at least a halfway point behind there is the trick is to get a painted beam, and you need to go into freeform mode. And you need to do it across such that the distance here is slightly under 8. So if I did this 1 meter forward, it would be over 8, which is more than 1 slab wide. But this is just ever so slightly under 8 meters. But the angle of this is like 2.5 degrees and 2.5 degrees. So now we can get a slab here, and this will automatically snap sort of to the 4 meter mark. So we nudge it across 4 meters, and then we nudge it back to overlap with our... Why is that? Oh, there it is. It's that point. So this foundation here is at a 2.5 degree angle to these other ones. And an interesting thing is you cannot build machines on something that is at a 2.5 degree angle. A machine will actually snap to a 5 degree angle, which I found out the hard way. So, I mean, you can build it on there, it just won't be aligned properly. Which, if you're relying on machines to be aligned properly to the concrete slabs, such as if you want to put manholes in place, then you're kind of stuffed. So we don't need these 2.5s for positioning the factory, but I could like do a railway or a road all the way around, so it's worth having the 2.5 increments around here as a reference for what we might do with them later on. Okay, so if this is lined up with this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's only 6. So it is actually the next one? Or is my math wrong? See, this one wasn't particularly center on. I think that's what's throwing me, is this one sort of reached into that factory quite a lot. And I guess as long as we make the other one 5, 6, 7, 8, Yeah, so if we build it here, it will be centered to that, but the angle is going to be different from that one to this one to this one. I think I might take it so that the angle is consistent and then build it kind of inwards lopsided that way so there's some consistency. And if it looks terrible, we can just rebuild it. So this smack bang where that power tower is where the next angle for the next factory floor is going to be. Let me just grab a 4 meter here. I might not do it as high as that one. The main reason that's high is because there's a rock under it. So I might keep this one as a similar height to this one. Could even do it lower. But we are going to have to deal with that power tower because that is smack bang in our factory floor at the moment. Again, these power poles around here are kind of temporary. I'm going to have to put that up there. And this time, let's turn it around so the ladder is facing this way. Should now be able to delete that, and the grid should hopefully not fall over. Okay. So this factory floor, we could have gone lower, but I'm kind of have a sunken foyer in the front. This we're probably limited a bit by that, but not much actually. I think we could do logistics either side, so we could keep it the same height as that one. Or we could take it even lower, perhaps. Oh, these spiky things may be a problem. These you can't blow up. Which means I might need to go 1 meter higher just to get over the stupid spiky things. One meter will be enough though. Okay, yeah, let's do that. No, higher, higher. That was a... I changed part. Oh dear. Like I pressed a button and it didn't do something. It did something, just not the thing I wanted it to do. Lock in place, nudge up, click, zoop. Yes, oops. Now, normally it's good to leave room for logistics. But I think because I'm using 4 meters, like I did with the others, I can always cut into them and put the logistics in there. And there's still some room under here. You know, there's still quite a bit of room that I could do logistics, as long as I avoid that bit there. So I might regret it later. I have a bad habit of not leaving enough room for logistics. I think we need to actually bring that forward a little. Although this particular one might actually be further back, so... Again, this is just kind of a temporary layout to get a feel of everything. I want to avoid that. These aren't in the way, but I'm tempted to blow them up anyway, because they're ugly. Just my luck in the Satisfactory 1.2, they'll release an update that puts high-res textures on all these things and makes them look glorious just after I've blown them up. Oh, there's a stinger in the background there. Might want to deal with him before I get too far. Otherwise, he could be leaping around the building site. Oh, a little higher. Now he's noticed me. Here, boy. Come on. A little flying bug there. Maybe he's going, where are those rebar bolts coming from? Oh, now he's noticed me. But it's too late. Okay, so how wide is this and how wide do we need it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 5 wide was what we were doing the other bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, that's 7 wide. Okay, and that's 1, 2, 4, 5. But that had other bits on top of it. Let me check. Let me check how wide this one up here was. Might also check how off-center it is, because that might inform how wide I make this other one. Because yeah, this pillar here is kind of lined up with the center. But yeah, see, we do have like another 1, 2, 3 there, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's actually 8 wide. So it's another 3 to the right. Okay, that is quite wide, but the miner is probably going to be like a miner outpost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could definitely put a 7 there. And this one probably won't overlap because it'll be kind of further back there. I don't see a mine drive. Is there a stealthy mine drive? Oh, there was an alert I didn't see. Was that a moderator thing you saw? Or was it actually on the main chat? Oh, sorry, Mind Jove. I didn't get that coming through my chat message. Yeah, that's another event I need to add to my... Actually, I'm using someone else's overlay, so it should have actually brought that message through. Now it's vanished from the chat. Well, Mindjive, hello, welcome. Okay. Right, so that's kind of the shape of the floor of this. Now, again, we're building vertically, so this is again, well, I'm not too fussed starting down low because we're going to be building up higher. And we have kind of two factory blueprints. We've got one for motors and one for stators. And the motors is going to be the taller one because it's going to be stacked too high. No, put that away. That button. We have two motors factories and a stators factory. The stators factory is actually shorter as well. So it probably would look better if we have the smaller one in the front and then the larger ones up the back. But as you can see, by smaller, it's not that small. And now I'm trying to remember which is the front and which is the back. Okay, there's the front. These are the inputs. So the inputs come in here. And there's more going in than out, so it's probably best to have the inputs at the front here, although visibility-wise, it might be better to have all the inputs hidden up the back. So everything enters in here and then comes out the other side here. That way we can have like an inspection walkway down here to see all the outputs coming through. Actually, the outputs might be on the same side. Yeah, I think the outputs come out this side. So we'll reverse it. Oops. So that one, probably do want to kind of line it up with the line of that factory. So let's go over there and kind of make a mark. So that's coming down kind of there. Actually measuring out from if I put that there and zoom that out to there, so that's kind of 5 to overlap that far out. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would actually be way back here, I think. No, don't build a vehicle. And let's nudge it back to about there, so that we have lots of room either side. We've basically got 2 whole squares either side. Done. One stators factory built. Although now, with all the logistics at the front, I remember this is the bit that is the cramped part. That's okay. Now, building motors behind, can we do it on the same level, or have we stuffed up and not left enough room? We've still got clearance there. We've still got enough room that we can put some... We're starting to cut into the ground there, so we're going to lose space if we want to run conveyors. But as far as an edge of a building goes, that's fine. Oops, didn't jump. Oh, nope, missed. Okay, motors factory. I might need to get some steel beams out of storage. Yes. Is it just steel beams I'm short of? Yes, I need lots of steel beams. And the output of the motors here is, I think, coming out of the other side. So, but if we have it this way, they'll actually be symmetrical. So it might be best to keep them this way around just so they're symmetrical. But we need beams. So let's go get some beams, which luckily we have a whole pile around here somewhere. These are the old storage containers from where we ripped the old one down. Ha! It's actually draining into the depot. Oops. Okay. I guess we have to prioritize getting this storage back online. No shortage of encased beams, though. Nice. So this has the same footprint because basically the stators factory is a stripped down motors factory. Okay, there is an extra meter of space there. We could go further this way. Yeah, we got enough room. I think we'll leave a bit more space here. Now, here's the next tricky bit. I haven't actually tested stacking these. That's probably it. I mean, I could bring this down lower, but that's going to start clipping. This is going to be interesting to wire up without a hover pack. And there we have a factory that does 10 stators a minute and 10 motors a minute. Easy. Except now we have to do all the logistics, which is where the time is spent usually when you have this kind of blueprint. So what we'll do is we'll maybe stick a fatter beam on here and just pass the beam all the way up that encompasses the existing beams. But yeah, basically I mean, at a minimum, we can join these beams up. But hang on, is that not lined up? What? How? Is it backwards? It's a meter out. Good thing I checked. How, I don't know. Unless it dodged, maybe it nudged diagonally when I nudged it down. Or did I put it on backwards? No, that's right. I think. Yeah, that's the right way around. Because that's a merger there and that's a merger up there. So it is the right way around. Oh, stupid vertical lifts. I'm paranoid now. That is lining up. Maybe I accidentally bumped the stick. That's better. Okay, that's actually lining up this time. Good thing we checked. Although we wouldn't have got far because the conveyors wouldn't have connected up. So we have an input here. This is iron, so we need iron coming in here. And I've just realized that we need to make this hole, this floor thinner here, where we're putting this hole. So let's actually do that now. And it was right on the intersection there, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but actually it needs to come out another spot because we're going to have splitters and mergers and things on the one that's further on. We maybe even need to come out further again. So that's iron. And the other input, I'm trying to remember how this thing hangs together because it's been like a fortnight since I made it. The other one's going to be steel inputs. So hang on, this comes in here. This is iron, and these are all wire, I think. These two up the back. Nope, these are all wire. These up here are steel. These two constructors here. And so this is the input. No, that's the output. This is the input. So this goes, aha, this is the input here. Maybe I should stick signs on this next time. See, that's actually a meter out compared to that. Which is going to make vertical splitters, mergers layered different. It's fine for this one because it's just a single. But here, where we're going to have a vertical Splitter system. Unless we just make these the vertical splitters. That would be cool. If we can get a conveyor long enough to go the whole distance, which there's ways of tricking it. I'm going to need... it's too far away. Actually, there's one right there. I need one of these. I might need more than one. Okay. Not that the vantage point is very good here. That's better. Okay, we did delete it. Okay, so we're coming from down there. And we're going, oh, good, it is long enough. Okay, we're going all the way up to there. We are using a splitter. And I probably need to go lower to make sure I'm at the right height there. That looks level to me. Ah, it's a reason that's out that far, so we can put it one that far. That's okay. We can do this. So now give me another splitter. That looks half a meter out. That is not snapping in the right place at all. This was the bug we had last time. But the top one looked okay. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm just at a bad angle. We're still not up there. Yeah, that's not level. That's bowed down. Okay. Well, we know the fix. The fix is to put this hole half a meter higher. And then we'll lower it later on. I'm going to climb up there just to check this. So jealous of this building system. You two can build this system too, Russ. that's half a meter out. But, oh. But the bottom one is right now. This one is now level. And it's funny, Russ, you say that as I'm dealing with alignment bugs. It's like this system that is really buggy is much better than the one in No Man's Sky. I guess the fact that there are ways around the bugs. For the most part. I could, but I'm not sure much factory would happen. No Man's Sky building happens in half-hour blocks. You can do No Man's. You can do Satisfactory in half-hour blocks.
Please seek shelter.
And if you just want to build cool stuff, there is a creative mode with no build cost. Although once a world is set up and you've got supplies on tap, you're not really going to run out of supplies anyway. I'm going to try rebuilding the top part of the lift. There's an ad break incoming, which means I'll be taking a short break shortly to have a bit of a drink. Okay. I just want to get this done and hopefully it will line up. That looks like it's lined up. That's still dipping. I think no one's going to notice. And it's also something I can come back to later. As long as this one's level, because this is the one that's more on eye level, we will deal with that. And who knows, in 1.2, maybe they'll fix all the bugs and we can come back and build it again at the right height. Okay, so let's take a quick break. I'm going to have a drink and I will see you on the other side of the Twitch ad break.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Incoming Pioneer reinforcements. SMERKIN 5000 is leading a force of 22 viewers. Thanks for the raid SMERKIN 5000, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Smirkin, thank you very much for the raid. We're just on an ad break, so we got one more minute on the ad break. So I was just having a drink. But welcome, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Got about 30 seconds left, and we'll get back into things. Charles789, Radage, welcome, welcome. Azurin, can we get a shout out for Smirkin? Everyone, Smirkin is a fellow Aussie who streams Satisfactory.
You. Thanks for the follow, the Amazing Hobbs, and welcome to the channel.
Amazing Hobbs, thank you very much for the follow.
I have it on record that SMERKIN 5000 is an exemplary pioneer, and recommend that you check out their channel.
I really need to get my speech to override certain words to pronounce them properly. Because yeah, we have lots of people who come in and the text-to-speech doesn't quite get their names right. I'm sure there's a way to override it. But yeah, Smirkin, thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. Charles and Amazing Hobbs, welcome. We are playing Satisfactory, which if you're watching Smirkin, I'm assuming he was playing Satisfactory before. Let me check my thing that tells me, I think. Actually, it doesn't tell me. We playing Satisfactory, Smirkin? We do occasionally play other things on this channel, but mostly it's Satisfactory. Yep, working on batteries. Ah, okay. As in storage, power storage? I do have power storage unlocked, I think, but I haven't built any capacity yet. So everyone, thank you, Raiders. Welcome to the channel. 180 batteries per minute. Oh, batteries, of course. Making batteries. Sorry, yes, not power storage. Yeah, that's further down the tech tree. We are very early in the game still. We are just making an advanced steel setup here at the moment. We are playing in VR using a mod. I'm the mod creator of the Satisfactory VR mod, so if you have any questions about the mod, feel free to ask. You can also type !VR mod in the chat and it will give you a link to the VR mod and all the information about it. But we started a new playthrough recently. We're up to steel. And we're building around the crater lake, and unlike everyone else who builds rocket fuel here, we're actually building a bunch of smaller factories around here. So we have our main coal power supply for the save game here. These are overclocked to 200%, so I think we've got about 2400 I think at the moment. Yeah, 2400 megawatts. Not a huge amount, but we are still early game. We're also in this playthrough focusing on a bit smaller and space efficient more than resource efficient. So we also have a factory up on the hill there. Our home base is kind of against the lake there. So this factory up here builds all the basic supplies like rods and iron sheets and basic frames and rotors and things like that. It's not supplying any other factory, it's just supplying into the depot for building parts. Yes, I quite like this look of the coal plant. I still need to sort of tidy it up a little bit. It's still floating platforms over here, and I have told myself that in this save game I'm not going to do floating platforms, so I do need to go back to the coal stations and kind of put some proper supports and pillars around on them. But yeah, they fit in nicely at this edge of the crater here. So basically 4 sets of 4, and feeding in the water from above so that we don't have any water problems. So yeah, and now we're working on building some stators and motors. So a session or two ago we made some blueprints for mini factories. So this factory here, this blueprint here, makes 10 stators a minute, and the motors blueprint makes 5 motors a minute. And we're vertically stacking these so that we can do 10 motors a minute. And we've also been doing vertical manifolds here. So there's 6 here that is making pipes. And then there's 2 here that are making beams. And again, we're not making these to supply other factories. This is pretty much just supplying the depot for building parts. So later on in the game when we scale up, we'll do more high throughput building. So this is a fairly modest, and we have encased beams being made up on the hill over there. You got a raid and run? Bed is calling, no problems. I know you're on the East Coast, you're 3 hours in the future compared to me. Thanks for the raid, and I'll catch you next time. So yes, we've just been wrestling with vertical splitters and mergers, which are quite buggy, but I am determined to do vertical manifolds in this playthrough. So we're just trying to wire up the inputs for these stacked factories here. So basically we're going to have iron come in here, and then we need to have another vertical manifold here that will bring in the steel for the other part of the blueprint here. So this one here and this one here we need to replace with a vertical merger or splitter, and I think that's overlapping that belt, which means we're going to need to change the position slightly so that we don't go through that other belt, but that's fine. The other way we could do it is we could have bring a belt further out. So to start from here and have it come up and then join those, but I think these are already splitters, so if we replace these with other splitters, it's going to be a little tricky to get in there and wire those conveyors up again, but shouldn't be too hard. We also don't have hoverpack and we don't have jetpack yet, so there is lots of neck craning and oddly stacked platforms to try and get into high places. So we're lining up with that constructor there, and that one was in that position there. So if we come out 2 meters here, that should be lined up correctly. Now we're having problems with vertical splitters snapping 1/2 meter out of alignment, which is not useful. I'm suspecting, actually, yeah, okay, I need to make this slab here 1 meter so that we can put logistics underneath. So I'll try this at the normal height and I'll see if the splitters come out at the right height. But if history is any judge, we will probably need to fiddle around. Yep, see, it's out by 1/2 meter. And you can't nudge these. If you go to nudge mode, it is not doing. Now, oddly enough, oh, I'm just wondering if I nudged the upper factory by 1/2 meter, because this one was 1/2 meter out from that one. If I have got the height of this other one wrong, I should figure that out sooner rather than later. No? Oh, it's just completely wrong. Oh, no. Okay, I know what my error is here. Right. Because we stacked the factories, we don't have any foundations on the top of the blueprint, which means the blueprint is actually snapping on at a different height. I'm going to rebuild that. I will try to remember this for future blueprints. See, it's probably that aerial sticking out there that is changing the overall height of this blueprint to not be exact to the meter, which means when you snap them, they don't snap right. So we're just going to have to go nudge happy and nudge it from the ground up, I think. So we've got to make sure it's the right way around because we can't rotate it afterwards. So that is the right way around. So if we can put this directly on top of the other one to make sure they are at absolutely the same height, and then we just nudge this straight up. See, now that is exactly matching the pillar height, whereas before it was overlapping by an arbitrary amount. And I want to go a little higher so it's not soft clipping. Well, that explains why we were getting half-meter errors at one and not the other. We had to do a fix for the bottom, but the top was problematic. But we still need to rebuild this one here. Where's my stairs? So this is the built-in splitter on the blueprint, but we basically replaced that with a vertical splitter. I hope this doesn't have a half-meter problem because we're building it ad hoc after the fact. Okay, so this is what we need to line up with. So we grab a splitter. I think that's actually out by half a meter. Let's try it. Hang on, why is it? Oh, it's not even straight. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to rebuild this whole vertical splitter stack. Oops. This is like discovering your Minecraft build is one off. Exactly. Or half a meter off. Okay, so we need to do this again. So, to fix the half-meter problem, we need to start with our hole half a meter nudged upwards. Hopefully we'll get it right this time. Oh, hang on. Is this wrong this time? Okay, I think that's level. Yes, that's level. Okay, so that one's correct. Now we've got to hope that the top one will also be lined up. I think I might have actually had the height wrong when I tried to do this other one. Actually, can I hang off the ladder at the right height? Oh, it is pretty much at the top. Have a good one, peeps. Oh, you're going to bed as well? No problem, Russ. You are also living in the future. Sleep well. Have a good Sunday tomorrow. I am on the west coast of Australia, so we are currently 3 hours behind the east coast of Australia. And most people are on the east coast, so we say goodnight to Smirkin and Russ, and then the west coast keeps going. Right, it's level on both levels. Hooray! Actually, before we go, we need to rebuild this hole. Cancel, 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 cancel. Rebuild this hole so it's not a half a meter out. Which it will let us do. Ah, that's right, we need to build it from the splitter coming down. Because you can't snap to splitters. Okay, let's try the process again here. We're lining up with that conveyor there. It's not conveyor, constructor. Half a meter nudge up. Oh, that's should be enough room. Yeah, that lines up. Oh no. because I actually wanted to come out this other side, not out of that point. So this is going to be ugly. Oh well, ugly it is. It's another thing to remember when I'm mixing splitters together is that the vertical splitters can only go one way or another. Because that's going to stick out like that now. Oh well. Alright, let's climb up higher. So this is the normal splitter that came in as part of the blueprint. Maybe we should have kept that style for these ones, given the right angle requirements. Okay, so that should be both our inputs done. And we've already done the inputs for the stators. We just need to fix this manhole down here so it's not half a meter out. And by manhole, I mean conveyor hole, because Pioneer ain't fitting through there. Cool. So we've done the top part of the logistics for the inputs. We now need to run our input materials over. And we haven't really done a clean run of getting the materials in here. They are under here. Even lower down. That is curious why that belt is empty. We had to upgrade our steel throughput last time. Oh, I remember now. We were waiting for everything to settle because we're having some iron balancing problems. So this is where the raw materials are being processed over here up the back. So behind the coal here, we have 2 of the coal nodes are being used for the power and 2 of the other coal nodes are being used for the steel, along with some copper up the top and iron down here. So we're using the copper and iron, using the alloy alternate recipe to produce iron ingots. And then we are using the solid steel recipe to make all the steel we require. And we were checking throughputs here of the steel and the iron. So that, I think, is correct. So we've finished with these testing lines. And if I recall, we actually wanted steel in the middle and iron on the outside. So I need to change the arrangement here, because this was originally set up for the sort of the first early steel factory that was a bit simpler in layout. So this is our other steel, and this is our iron. Now we've only got Mark III belts, so we are a bit limited on throughput here. And basically this setup is balanced to squeeze as much as we can out of, I think the iron node is actually the bottleneck, if I recall. It's getting enough raw iron out, and we can only get as much as we can because we're using the iron alloy recipe. Actually, I'm just going to switch over to my planner to check some numbers. Bear with me. which I have running in the background here. Maybe that's why my frame rate's tanking. Where is it? So this is the Satisfactory modeler where we've planned out our steel factory. I'm using this tool mainly because it supports blueprints really nicely. So we can actually have a steel blueprint here as a node in the factory, and we can duplicate that. So we've got 2 motor blueprints and 1 for stators. So yeah, we were producing 266 raw iron and the belt limit is 270. So that's pretty much limiting what we can do here. Now of all the steel, we got 2 belts of 150, so 135 is going to the pipes. Oh, okay, we actually do a priority splitter to get 120 to the 2 factories. Actually, no, it's 195. So we need a priority splitter on the second belt, and then the excess gets merged into what is going to our beams and pipes in the middle. Interesting. Because I assumed this was using more, but it's actually this that's using the most. Okay. Let me just close that entirely. Oh, it moved. That's not what I wanted. Okay, hopefully that was visible on stream. Yes, it looks like it is on the preview. So, priority splitter on the second belt with the priority going forward and the leftovers being merged into this side of the factory. Don't fall down. We could have put that anywhere on the belt, actually. We could put it back, way back at the start. That way we don't have to fiddle around with the splitting it here. Although there is a nice symmetry in having equal amounts of steel coming down both belts here. So let's split it here. Okay. Now, I'm just thinking logistics-wise, this is fine if we do it at this level. So I might actually bring them both in here, split them here, and then pass that through that way across there. So we need a merger. That sends excess to there. So one belt will feed in here, and then we need a priority splitter. Sorry, the smart splitter. I just realized that's going to be a pain in the butt to change the settings of there. It's okay, I'll just clear it from above. No, conveyors. So if we bring our 2 belts across here, this is from the old factory, so that can all go. And we might need this floor space here, so I might actually run them down here. Maybe even under this space here. You know what? I can reroute them later when I know where I'm running things later on. So let's just chuck temporary lifts in for now, actually. Is that overlapping? Oh, yeah, that's overlapping. Okay. Doesn't need to look pretty at the moment. I'm going for functional logistics, and then we can make it look pretty later on. So that's our 2 steel belts, and our iron belt needs to go to the other factory, which I can bring and just run along here. So it's alongside the other belts. So I'll probably make these 1 meter, so I can just put logistics in there. So basically, if we stick a lift here, oh, it's going to snap, isn't it?
Svamania just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Svamania, and welcome to the channel.
Svarmania, thank you for the follow. How long until my next ad break? I don't know. Probably half an hour. That's a rough guess. Let me just check. I have a query from my moderator as to when the next ad break is. Hey, look, it's in half an hour. Okay, so I just basically want a lift in this general area so that we can run the iron alongside the steel. That way, this bit is messy, but we can tidy this up later. But at least from this point onwards, we're consistent and neat with taking the materials across. So now we can grab a belt. I still haven't programmed the smart splitter, but that's fine. Let's go default mode. Is that lined up with the center? Oops, not a fall over. It is. That should be enough to be able to go up the top and then connect it onto the new factories. So I've got rid of my stairs, didn't I? Missed. Yeah, next one over. This is the smart splitter here. So we wanted the priority to actually go to the right. And then only the overflow to go through to the... Actually, no. We did want to prioritize the motors. Probably doesn't actually matter. As long as there is a splitter here, it should balance out. Because everything is balanced such that there should be just enough resources for everything to run at full efficiency, and everything's going to go into the sink afterwards, so that is coming out. So we probably didn't need a smart splitter there. Ah, that's actually slightly higher. Oh no, I made the hole too big here. And as I suspected, we've decided to put the logistics right where there is the least room for logistics. I think it'll fit though, with acceptable minimal clipping. How do I get back up? If I do it from there, does it line up? No, it doesn't. Okay. Because the other ones, because we did vertical splitters and mergers, it's all compressed in, whereas here we didn't. We probably should actually replace these with verticals, but again, I can tidy that up later. Right, how are we going to do this? Because we do need these coming in at different heights. So that's the steel. I mean, I could sushi belt them, but that would be... Is that acceptable clipping if we put a belt through there? Nope, we just tear it down and raise the upper meter. No, please. I mean, yes, this is hidden under here, so I could just go clip crazy and no one would know, be the wiser. But I do try and make it so that it is plausible. That's going to be ugly too. Actually, I don't need splitters on the end here because this is the end of the road. So I can actually just run it straight as is. As long as I plug it in the right one. Now that is dropping a meter, but if I nudge that up like that, that should still snap on, unless they've changed it. There we go, stumpy lift, nice. Not that we needed to keep it stumpy because there's actually plenty of room to come down to the proper meter height down here. I was wondering if I half meter nudged these over here. Just out of instinct. No, that's a full meter. Okay. Okay, that's not terrible. And in fact, we should be able to put a vertical lift in there. Probably there is close enough. Oh, no, up half meter. Up a meter. Thank you. That's the whole point. Right on straight mode. So this should connect to there. Let's see if it'll let us do a stumpy lift from there to there. Yes, excellent. So that is actually embedded in the roof a bit. Hopefully it won't show above. So that should be logistics run, other than bringing these across and down. Again, I might just put these in place so that they work now, and then we'll make them tidy later on. Oops. Is this the right way round? I'm going to double check which one is which. Actually, I know which one is which. I don't need to double check, but I'm going to double check. This one should be steel because it goes up there where pipes are made. This one should be iron because it comes into the bottom layer here, which makes a bunch of wire. You have some steel. Which means these are backwards because the steel needs to come in here and the iron needs to come in here. So if we bring that down, just to get a height reference. This one is going to the right. And this one's going to the left, but a meter higher. Oh, that's annoying. That should snap onto there. No, it needs a belt attached. You mean curve doesn't fit there? I'm just going to curve it straight in. Now this should snap. There we go. Might leave those there just in case I need to rewire it. So steel is going in up there. I think that is actually connected correctly. Steel, iron, steel going all the way up, iron going all the way up, and is it coming down the sides here? Yes, it is. So that is all feeding in correctly. That's actually pretty cool. If it does give a bit of a crick in the neck. Okay, we do need to connect power up though. Oh look, they do stick through the roof here. That's fine. I'm actually just going to delete them because we don't need them to stay there. Okay, now how did I wire these up? There are lots of power connectors. Usually I have power coming down one pole somewhere. Okay, looks like no specific pole has power coming down it. Could actually take it down this middle one, actually. So bring the power from there down to there. It's on a beam, so it's actually slightly back a bit. That's fine. I'm gonna get trapped down there. Oops, don't turn. Turn the foundation. Thank you. Let's go cable. Bring it to under there. Oops, I'm stuck. There we go. So the other option is I could bring the power down one of these outer pillars. The thing is, we need to bring it from that one up there down to this one as well. Can I hook it from down here, or do I need to go climbing around? Oh, oh, oh. Yes, got it. And this actually has a spare connector, so we can actually connect it down to here. Nope, not a pole. Actually, that's that one. Again, the cabling under here is probably going to be a bit rough and just functional for now, and I can come back and tidy it up later. Although I'm not too worried about cable running under foundations like this and going through foundations. That's fine. But this needs to go somewhere to actually be connected to the rest of the factory. If I connect it under here, oh, it's cramped. Okay, so... Oh, right, this was connected to first blueprint, so it is about there. Underneath. So if we bring it under here and attach it on somewhere under here, this should be fairly concealed. Merc, hi, how's it going? Good evening, or good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are. Okay. Why is that stopped flowing? Oh, because this is flowing through there. That's right. Okay, we have yellow lights. That's a sign. We are just bringing online a stators blueprint factory and a motors blueprint factory. And that is looking like green lights so far. We got yellow up there, but that's fine because we still need to make some pipes there. So they should turn green in a minute if everything is working. 9:49 morning. Good morning then. We're seeing green lights here. And those assemblers are green. That's good. I did test this blueprint sort of just as a separate standalone thing, so it should all be fine, at least internally consistent. So down the bottom, we're making iron wire on the bottom floor. And then the next floor up, these two constructors here are making steel pipes. You can see the steel pipes whizzing through there. And they come into these assemblers here. So the iron wire and the steel pipes comes in these two, and these two are making stators. And then you can see the stators going up there into that assembler, and more iron wire and pipes comes into these two, which are making rotors. So you can see the rotors powdering along there, into that assembler there, which is making motors. And the blueprint up there is doing the same thing. So the fact that the motors one is green is a good sign. And it looks like we're actually already keeping up with the demand of the throughput, which is a good sign. This one over here is pretty much the same blueprint, but cut down to just the status level. And things that were overclocked in the other one are sort of underclocked in this one. So that looks like we are successfully making motors and stators. Now we need to get the output out so that we can take the output. The idea is kind of at the front here. I will have like an office area where all the stuff will come in and be brought into supply depots in this area. And I was kind of thinking of like bringing the output along the roof and then bringing it down on the outside so that the output of each factory is visible, which means the output of these we need to merge and then bring along a roof and then bring down again. At least that's the fancy version, which we do need to tackle next, I guess. Because there's no use setting up the output. I guess I could set up the containers at the front where it's going to end up. That way I'll have a better idea of how things are going to flow. And this bit I haven't really planned much other than a general concept in my mind, so this could be a bit of experimentation here. Actually, before I do this, let's go see how it looks from the center to see if these are kind of lined up how we think they should be. Well, it could be a bit hard to tell without walls, but we've got 1, 2, 3. Angles look good. I think that's even. So if we're straight on here, those two are at the correct off angle for the sides. It's a little off balance because this one is higher up when this one is lower down, and then that one is further back. So maybe we should have put the motors at the front, but I'm not going to change it at this stage. It can stay as it is. I don't know if I'm going to keep this ugly coral here. It's not in the way currently, but it might be in the way aesthetically once we build the front. Okay. So the idea for the front is similar to what we had in the basics factory. So I'll pop over and show you what that looks so you can have an idea of sort of the style we're going to go for. It'd probably be a little bit different, but I might use the same storage blueprint I made for that. Frame rate is still a bit jittery. So on the left here we have our hub, which is kind of our makeshift home base, where we have our doggo water fun park. So this is sort of the front door to the basics factory. We haven't fully finished the architecture in here, but most of it is in place. And so we have this lobby area with the different storage components coming down. So obviously there's a lot more made in this factory than there will be at the steel factory. The steel factory will have 5 things. So maybe we have 3 straight and then 1 off to the angle. Or maybe we just have 5 in a row. I mean, this is 4 across here. Or maybe we put them in a circle, like ever so slightly tilted. But this is good because you can see the products that kind of filter in from above. But I might actually try a different design that is a bit more compact. Because behind the scenes, I think I need to go all the way out to get behind the scenes. Actually, I'll show you on the Blueprint Maker. Which is up the top now. Actually, while I'm here, let me check in on the doggos who are frolicking in the pool. Scratch has got some cable. You just stole that from the factory, didn't you, Scratch? Who's this? Man, he's sprinting around the pool. Is this Timmy? Timmy likes this pool. It is Timmy. Did you steal that from the factory? And where's George? Hey, George. Ah, George wins this round with turbo motors. Good boy, George. Good boy, George. I amuse me. I do have some turbo motors here. So this is kind of all the stuff the doggos have brought me. Mostly from the doggos, because I have unlocked stators now, but these are kind of the stators and motors they've given me. They've also given me 5 nukes and 5 gas bombs. Plenty of plastic. Also plenty of a huge amount of crystal oscillators, but I've actually been using those because crystal oscillators are needed for the signs. So these guys have been great in help keeping me up to date with crystal oscillators. I was going to go to the Blueprint Maker and tweak the storage design. Actually, I made a lift. Back in the days, before lifts and things, we had hypertubes for lifts. So this is a design I've been working on last time, just to go between factory floors. And because of the junction now, I've set it up so when you go down, the old way you used to slam into the ground and hurt yourself and lose half your health. But with this design, it is now a new safe hypertube lift system for going between factory floors. Logistics storage. So this is the storage design that's used in the basics factory. So as you can see, there is a industrial storage container hidden behind, and also a dimensional depot there. For the steel factory, I kind of want to reverse this so that the industrial storage is more underground. So basically take out this layer here. So that shouldn't be too hard to do, I don't think. It might not look as good though. I think this is just a basic wall and a basic wall. Yes, there's nothing special there. Don't know if that's the default color, so I will just put that over here. This is kind of a palette sampler here of different things I might want to copy. So if I delete those 2, yeah, that's why I put it above. It's because it feeds in from this way. So if I don't feed in from above, I need to feed in the back and basically reverse the layout. Okay, just give me a sec. Yes, but it's going to do a warning in 5 seconds, so we snooze it now. I just did it. So I've just snoozed the ads, so I've got dinner coming up soon. Basically, if we've got a visible feed in from above, then if this isn't feeding into the fronter container here, this then needs to hook around the back and feed in the back, which it could, but it would make that bit there a little more compressed. I reckon we could do it though. I might experiment with this. I'm going to play around with this and try some different design ideas. Same sort of concept, but kind of rearrange things a bit. So let's keep that over there so we can copy it later. Same with our sign. Because if you can copy it now, you can keep all the settings. So it makes it much easier if you've got a copy. So I basically want to reverse. Let's get rid of the dimensional depot actually, because that will also need to be relocated. Actually, that's going to be go underneath. I'm going to need to rearrange this entire thing. Yep, I need this whole blueprint moved up a little so I can fit this underneath the bottom in the new design. So let's start with building the blueprint in the blueprint maker. And that way, why is that? Oh, probably once I start nudging, it'll fit. No. Oh, okay. I need things that are in the storage here. It's supposed to automatically draw from that, I thought. Oh, because I was building a blueprint, not... Yeah, okay. Not loading a blueprint. So not a bug. Storage, build, that's better. So we keep the arrow going forward, so that way we know which is the forward direction of the blueprint. Because basically whatever's facing the console will just be where that arrow is. So now we want to come up 1, 2, I reckon 3. Because there was already a meter clearance. So I should now be able to build this underneath. Not sure why that's red. But the outputs will be reversed, so this will actually be this way around. I wonder what it's clashing with. Because it's not overlapping the big storage. Maybe that does think it is. Maybe it's... Ugh, what is it clashing with? Well, I'll delete these other bits. And try now. Nope, it's definitely clashing with that. So maybe we need to go a meter higher. Or can I build that on top? Nope. Storage, organization. So start with the dimensional depot at the bottom. And now we copy that, we should be able to go back to the industrial storage. See, we can put that on top.
Broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, that fits there. Which is, by the way, exactly where it was before. So this pier will be underground effectively. And this will be our output. So this is where that needs to go and where the sign needs to go. It's probably going to be a pain in the butt to fit. Yeah, that's wrong height. Okay. Copy. So that was a add warning, which means it's dinner time. I'm going to take a break and have some dinner. I should be able to snap that to the top. So I'm going to take a 15-minute break and have some dinner. And there'll be some ads at the beginning, or at least Twitch viewers will get ads. YouTube, I have no control over your ads, I'm afraid. So you're at the whims of the algorithm there, unless you have an ad blocker or you use YouTube Premium. And just before I come back, I'll run another ad break because that way I'll have more uninterrupted time after. I should be able to snap to the top. Bon appetit. Thank you. Thank you. Almost there. Once the ad break kicks in, I'll go have a look and go have dinner. So now we should test this because this can be a bit finicky. So if we come up to the sign here and we interact, we should interact with the storage container. Hello. It's not even letting me interact over here. What's going on? Okay, it's just a height thing, I think. So there we can access that, and if we interact down there, we interact with the sign. So that, I think, is the correct positioning for the sign to work. When we stick this in front. So now the trick will be to get a lift going back that way, but still facing outwards, which we should be able to do. But I will probably do that after the dinner break. About 2 minutes. I need to be tricksy. Actually, I might be able to just stick a lift on the back. I mean, that's sticking out an awful way, but I think that might be the right height. I can go lower than that. Yeah, we'll go lower than that. What we'll do is we'll stick this underneath and we'll clip through, and that will hopefully let us put conveyor. Actually, we can nudge some conveyor thingies into place. We don't even need that. So yes, gonna take a break, have a quick dinner, and we will be back after the dinner break to continue our uplift of our storage so that we can put some storage in our new upgraded steel factory. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you after I have a quick dinner. Thanks, Frack.
Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we are back, and I've just realized I haven't reconnected with virtual desktop yet. So press the button. Is everything working? And I need to change the stream. And we are live. Hooray, we're back. We've had dinner. We are well satiated. So welcome back. We are playing Satisfactory in VR. We are working on an advanced steel factory in phase 4, I think it is, technology-wise. And we're just working on a blueprint to make a sort of a fancy storage outlet display for our factory. And I'm just seeing if I can cram. Actually, if I put it there, it'll let me put the conveyor closer. Thank you, Frack, thank you. So if we put this, we want the conveyor to come down here and connect to this here. So I think if I put that there and nudge it under. Oops. Nah, it takes 2 clicks. I don't know if that actually built or not. I didn't hear the click. This is built type click. Mon 12, hello, Mon 12. How are you going? Welcome back. That time it built. Could actually potentially go lower. I wonder if it would let us.
Morn12 just resubscribed to the channel.
Oh, thank you
Thanks
very
for
much,
your
Morn.
continued support, Morn12.
Thank you for the subscription. 3 months. Cool, cool. Okay, that's probably too low, although I might be able to get away with it. Let's see how it looks at this height, though. I probably need to build this conveyor in before I put the foundation back into place. It's not a competition between a cheese-covered grater and your tongue. Well, if there's a cheese-covered grater, then the cat is going to try and lick it. Okay, so I'm hoping we can now get a conveyor to snap to there and then turn around. That is snapping in, is it? I'm not hearing a snap. Why is that not snapping? I mean, I can come down from there, but... Oh, the conveyor is going the wrong way. That's why it's not snapping. This is going into the storage, not out of the storage. So the conveyor needs to run from there to there. Missed. Oh. Actually, can I climb up the side? Climb up the side, climb up the side. Missed. Right, I'm stuck. There we go. So now if we put that there, rotate around, that should snap in. Yes, it does. So it's not as compact visually. I reckon we try and go down another meter. I'm going to see if we can make it fit. We could do a half-meter trick. Let's see if we can go lower. So that's 1 meter, that's 2 meters is technically clipped into the container and it's showing as red. Okay, so that won't work. Maybe we try half a meter. So half a meter would be there. Oh, even that's too clipped. Okay. So that's as snug as we're going to get it. So we're going to have to sacrifice a little aesthetics for... Actually, you know what we can do? We can use a roof one. I wonder if this will work. Aha! Can we snap to it though? Yes, we can. Now we get our lift, snap it on there. And did we do the lift the wrong way around? No, that's right. There it is. You have to connect it from the bottom first. Oh no, they broke it, didn't they? You used to be able to connect a lift from the bottom and then rotate it like that. As long as it went into a hole or something and you built it, it would keep the orientation. Hang on, it worked this time. It just called me a liar. Did this not snap properly? It didn't snap properly. That's why it worked. That's annoying. We could try a really compact hole. We're going to lose a meter by doing it that way, but we've still got a fair space there. If we can fit it in there. Yep, that snapped up. And now this being a hole to hole, we should be able to put it whichever way we want. Like that. Whoop, too far. Cool. Okay, that fits. We do lose a little bit of the display area there, but I think there's still enough that you can see this is the product coming down. Maybe we put a... Let's just put a bit, maybe a metal one across the top, or maybe a beam. It's kind of missing something. I kind of want this black bar bit, but at the top there. What have we got in our beams selection? Could put a H-beam across as a border. It's not going to match what's in the metal though. I mean, there's a plain steel beam. So the painted beam is pretty fat compared to the newer ones. Although it's not too bad, actually. And then we go, where's our paints? We can actually nudge that down half a meter. Actually, I'm going to take a copy of that, so we've got a copy of a beam with that particular color. So we drag it across, but if we lock it in place and nudge it down, actually we could, yeah, see if it's down, then you can see that bit. That's not too bad. You effectively don't need this then. It'll probably look a bit better under actual sunlight as well, rather than by torchlight. And I know I'm wondering if we should make this bit here glow, like we've made these bits over here glow, sort of keep that glow theme. I mean, there is a glow coming down. There is a glowing sign behind there. But this sort of says, make it glow like that pattern there. I don't have any signs hotkeyed at the moment. 2 by 1. That's 4 by half, I think. Yeah, we need it to be 1 meter high. Because that bit's going to get covered by a pillar, so we don't need to go full width. If we want to not have a seam in the middle, we need to nudge it so it overlaps a little. So that's kind of what we want there. So to make it glow, we pick a simple layout, change the icon to other, I think. No, somewhere here, backgrounds. I think that's a none. That's a none background. colors, we want one of the blacks to be... We've actually been using Pioneer overalls as our color theme. And then we make it glow by ramping up the emission strength. That's quite shimmery actually in VR. Huh? Ah, that is actually showing little seams. That's bugging me. Why did it have to have little seams to bug me? Whereas if I do it like this, there's less little seams, we actually get the vertical line there. What other signs have we got? The problem is there's nothing 2 meters tall, so the next one is the 8x4, which is just overkill. That's what we use over on the main walls there, so I think this is kind of what we have to go with. Unless we start layering multiple layers and then it'll just be messy. That'll do. Let's not worry too much about it. Okay. I don't think we actually need the bit of concrete that was on top there. So we can probably delete this. And because this is now moved to that position, if we snap onto that, it'll be a bit more snug. Snap, please. Thank you. We could bring that another meter in and do a similar trick here to get it even snugger. I kind of want to try that now. There we go, super snug. And we're going to ignore this little bit of clipping. Don't tell anyone about it. I mean, I could have a little bump in the middle that gets over it, but it's fine. This is hidden away. It's still plausible. I'm going to optimistically delete these. I know I can rebuild them pretty easily just by bringing it down from there. Okay, so we have a smart splitter up the top. Materials come down here, they flow down here into the container here, and then underground, it will come out of the container and into our dimensional depot. So basically the floor level of this building will be kind of this level, and the rest of it will be kind of basement level. Whereas the storage we built in the factory here, because we were building it on the ground, we didn't have any area below the floor level. So this is kind of a restructure of the similar concept, but to make use of some underground space. Do not hit clear directory. So this is logistics. I'm going to put it there. Storage. Nope. I just noticed we hadn't cleared. Version 2. Storage B2. Save. Done. Okay, and the fact that we didn't have any fluctuators, I think they are, means we will need to pop back to the base down below and pick up some fluctuators. So we have saved, clear. Give me all of that. We do have some spare Mercer spheres, and there are some depots over there that we're going to delete. So we don't need more Mercer spheres, but we probably need to grab some more sand fluctuators. Did I have sand fluctuators made up? We haven't automated them yet because they take manufacturers and we don't have the technology yet. We got Sam. We actually have a... we had unlocked the storage depot in the first playthrough. We had unlocked the storage depot before we finished the first space elevator parts, but we were still restricted by what we can do with it based on resources and manufacturing equipment. I think I spent all the spare fluctuators on upgrading the storage to 3 stacks. But it's not too far to go to grab a whole pile more SAM, refined SAM, if we need it later on. Done, and that used up all the SAM, so we're not carrying any single bits around. So I think that's all we need to do to go over and start making our new steel factory storage. Scratch, we don't need stators, we've just automated them. George, we make quick way over there. For some reason, Timmy really likes this bit over here. Screws! No! Bad Timmy. Get back in the pool. There are never enough screws. There are too many screws. We do not need screws. In past playthroughs, I have used alternate recipes to avoid screws altogether. I have made a promise that I won't do that this playthrough. I will use recipes with screws, but that doesn't mean I need to carry them around in my inventory. Okay. Right, so that's just buffering wire. Things do still seem to be ticking along though, which is cool, even though I haven't got an output set up yet. Okay. So the idea is we'll have 3 somewhat separate buildings, and then in front of here we'll have sort of a lower building here with all the output comes down to here. And we've still got plenty of space underneath, so I'm also wondering, like, should I have it come out over the water or should I keep it further back? Oh, that's a shadow down there. That's right, I've been fiddling with settings and I turned on a bunch of extra shadow settings, so the shadows are more defined and I've lost a few more frames. I think it would be nice to have the front of the building over the water a bit. If I can get up there. don't know how much over the water, because it's pretty shallow here. Was it worth it? Was not having screws in it worth it? Or you mean not using recipes that don't use screws? That was definitely worth it. The shadows. Ah, yes. Yes, symptotic targets. See, look at that. Look at the nice clean shadow on the ground. I mean, it's shimmering a little bit. I'm still fiddling with settings, but basically there's a guide out there for turning on lots of pretty effects on Satisfactory. What is my frame rate? My frame rate is not great. This is the problem, is in testing, I was actually getting a pretty decent frame rate, but it's not good tonight while I'm streaming, so I think the game is conflicting with my streaming software, or the fact maybe it's conflicting with my chat overlay so I can see chat. I suspect that is actually the biggest hit to my frame rate currently. Which is a shame, because that's kind of useful to be able to see chat while I'm in the headset. Trying to think how far forward I want to bring this. So the center point, this point here, this is the center point here that is lined up with the center part of the canyon. So if we're bringing, we got 5 products. We've got pipes, beams, encased beams, stators, and motors. And I don't, I might add more to it later on, because I could theoretically produce fluctuators later on. I'm going to go with 5. I can always rearrange things later. But yes, as I was saying, I noticed the shadows in the water, and I've never noticed that before. So sort of these sort of shadows down here and down here, and I think that's because I turned up some of the shadow settings in the console. And for building factories, having a lower frame rate isn't too much of a problem. If I was zipping around fighting stingers with a jetpack, then it might be more of an issue. And certainly the zipline is a little bit chunky at the moment with this frame rate. I'm also actually running higher resolution than I normally do, so I will probably leave the shadows on but drop to a lower resolution. I'm currently running virtual desktop in high res, and normally when I stream I only use medium res. And I probably should drop back to that. So this is our storage output. And we drop it down to about there. Maybe bring it forward so it lines up there. And then we can build out further over the water if we need to. That only leaves us 2 squares here though. So maybe I do want to move it back a square. I don't think I'll actually have that this roof cover. Actually, that roof cover is covering logistics. So maybe I do need it, but I could probably nudge it back a bit. I can fiddle with that later. Okay. Do we want to curve this? And if we did want to curve it, we probably should have done it before we built one. We will need to rotate kind of at that pivot point under here. Maybe just 15 degrees. 15 degrees is the easiest amount to pivot, because you can just plop down one of these and then rotate it like that, and you've got a 15-degree pivot. But it's not the smallest. pivot. It is in fact quite a chunky pivot. Although if we're only going 5, it's not too chunky. Actually, I'll leave that one because I probably need to run some foundations along the back as well. So we grab our road barrier, which is a very versatile tool. That's right, it's snapping to this one. That's why it's not placing in the right place. That's better. There's too many holes here. I swear I'm going to fall in the water. See, these lines are bugging me. I don't know if I like them. Delete, blueprint, copy. Nope, backwards. Hopefully I'm not clipping into any conveyor belts below as well. Yeah, for 5 of them, that curve is okay. That's fine, I think. This is going to clip into belts. So I think we need to delete these for now. Which is fine. They've got plenty of supplies in them. We always knew we were going to have to probably reroute those once we put our storage in place. Did I get the spacing right? I think I did. Now we'll probably have to redo these vertical beams. Because otherwise that one's going to be tilted and that one's going to be tilted a different way. Probably should have made a reverse blueprint. Although that would be tricky to... Oh no, we could. That actually wouldn't be too hard. That will take actually not long at all. Let's chuck down a blueprint maker here and do that. Nope, it's not in the quick menu. That way we can just go around the other way and the pillars will line up consistently going the other way around. So this one we will save as V2 reversed. Actually, maybe we should call this one L for left and the other one should have been R for right, but we'll just call this L. So now, blueprints, we have the left version. And this we just line up with this one and put it in there and zip it up. And so that one, these two are straight and then it curves around with the other ones. That staircase ain't going anywhere. I don't think we're going to hit that other conveyor. I think we're fine. Oops. No, we do want to actually keep that corner piece. I think it's getting a little cramped over here. What am I out of? Oh, I ran out of... Ah, that's right, because I've got containers over here that are full of stuff, and they have... Actually, we can take those depots off the top. Nope, nope, nope. Depots. Give me those depots. I think let's just copy blueprint. It's lined up there. Bring it forward. Okay. Actually, these are going to have to be replaced by that anyway. Although now that I've deleted those, I might need to put them back in. Basically, to change the signs, we need to, because we're going up here, we're interacting with the container. To get at the sign, we need to actually click on it below this part. So we actually need to remove these to be able to edit the sign, and then we need to rebuild them. Now, we've got heavy encased beams there. So if we have heavy encased beams, normal beams, pipes, stators, motors, then that kind of matches somewhat the layout of the factory. So this one will be pipes. Of course, there's lots of pipes.
I have a tip from Diapover that you may be slouching. Posture check time.
Posture check. I'm standing again, Dippy. I'm standing straight. I have a mat I'm standing on to cushion my feet. I'm wearing boots with inserts in them to give me arch support. Motors is what they are, not engines. But just give me a second, I will do some stretches because I am actually standing very still for too long. So yes, my legs are starting to cramp. I should probably be walking on the spot a bit more. So thank you for your concern. There's a separate one for stretching though, isn't there? I think you play seated. Yeah. Oh, so I can do a few aerobic stretches here.
Azure Wren wants you to stretch.
I'm
Go
stretching.
on, do it. Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care. Realmavris has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Russ, weren't you sleeping? Okay. If I can get my balance on the desk here, I'll do a few knee leg ups that you can't see me doing in VR. Okay. Right, moving, see? That's good, thank you. And Russ wants me to have a drink of water. Thanks, Russ. I will attempt to drink while wearing a VR headset. Without a straw, mark you. He was, and then your body remembered I gave it caffeine. Whoops. So you've come here for some more factory building to put you to sleep. Okay. This one was going to be beams. I should have searched for steel. That would find everything steel, wouldn't it? This flickering at the bottom, I don't know if that's actually coming out on the stream. It might be in a headset thing. But the edge of this is flickering. Can you see that on the stream, or is it just in my headset? It could be a headset thing. See, I'm paranoid about all those settings I changed to engine now. Close your eyes and listen to the dulcet tones of daughter. Of me ramble on about screws and shadows and steel beams. Do you want me to whisper like all ASMR, like, ooh, today we're building a factory. You don't want me to do that? Okay, so there we have our front office presentation of the resources that are being built. Very chill vibes. I try and be chill, but I have a loud voice. I blame my teacher heritage. My father was a teacher. I used to be a lecturer in university for a bit. I was one of 4 kids, so I was always yelling at people. And I was the oldest, so I was always yelling at people. So that's why I blame I have a loud voice. Okay, now we need to get the stuff in here, and if we wire up, I think if we feed these materials in from this side and these materials in from this side, we can configure the smart splitters to start putting the materials into here, and then we will need to put an awesome sink somewhere. So I tuned my VR, and by tuned I mean accidentally deleted and rebuilt everything, and my FPS increased from 18 to 42 in your base. Oh, okay. Is this your Linux playthrough, Dippy? Oh, you mean you actually deleted your base in your save game? My little sis and data teachers, I totally get it, lol, yep. That's my excuse. Okay. Now we need to get up there and configure those somehow. Let me grab a tower. Let's just chuck it on the side here. Okay, it does not like clipping into the containers. Is your Arch Linux system? Yes, the what was it? Not Creamy OS. Something like Smart OS, Fast OS, Arch variation, was it? Tuned for performance. Okay, so these smart splitters are actually going the right way on this side, which is good. I mean, it would be easier to feed it in from there, but I think feeding it in from the side is okay for now. So off to the right, we want encased beams here. And we want the overflow in the middle. And then this one is steel beams. Why do I hear a Zero laughing in the other room? And this is overflow. Here's KCOS. Okay. I knew it was a C word, and I knew creamy was wrong, but it was funny. Keishi, that makes much more sense. You can do a how-to VR Satisfactory Linux. Yes, I would like Dippy to write some notes on how to get Satisfactory working in Linux, because we do get people in every now and again asking for how to do it. So these I will rebuild these so that these are feeding in the other way, or I could just, yeah, I'm going to ignore them because we're going to do those last anyway, and we might change our minds. So we need, how are we going to do this building? I mean, this will probably be the back of this part of the building along here. Which means we can put a whole pile of logistics against the wall. So if this is the roof height of this building, we've kind of got a space that we need to work in the logistics to fit. So that's kind of going to be the roof, although we'll do a proper roof later. Yeah, I should write a guide somewhere so others don't have to yell at screen for hours like I did. Yes, that's the way to do it. Give back to the community. Be a legend, like you can be famous like me. Dippy, the person who brought Satisfactory VR to Linux. Note that I'm saying that very tongue-in-cheek about fame. To myself. So these old containers have stuff in them, so if we just shove them in the end there, then theoretically they will sort into the new containers correctly. Yes, yes, that's a good theory. Here they come, so we can actually see the beams feeding into the container there. The other problem here is you can kind of just see a little bit of the hole there. That's the problem with the signs there, I think. Screens need a healthy dose of shouting to keep them functional. Yes, shouting can help. Yeah, I definitely want to redo that sign colored beam bit, I think. So let's just chuck a merger on here. This is just to get rid of the old stock and sort it into the new containers. Oh, and because it's curved, it won't snap on. Thanks. Merge. Nope. There we go. So over time, we should now have pipes being fed into the right one, theoretically. Pipes should come down here. Did I get it wrong? They've jammed. I got it wrong. What did I get wrong? Oops, almost missed. Pipes. Oh, you know what I think it is? Oh, I didn't actually set it up. Fair enough. That is fine. Steel pipes. Overflow. There we go. These should all be Mark 3s. Yes. Okay, so this will... No. Steel pipes will come down here. The overflow will go to the sink, except we don't have a sink wired up yet. But we're only going from a little container to a double height container, so we won't overload these. And these are actually also loading into the depot down below. Also, I have a bunch of reinforced beams in my inventory. I can shove all of those into here, maybe keep one stack on me. And those should filter into the right one as well. Except they're... depending on how the container empties, they might come through last. So we're not going to worry about that. They should come through. So that's the old stock. Now we need the new reinforced beams come from here. And I wanted to have like a vertical representation of them coming out of the factory for some reason. So let's get up there and fiddle with a nice flashy output. Kind of need that, but over here. Oh, I missed. Oh, give me a rocket pack, please. Right, we made it back. So the middle of this building, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this building is kind of have two parts. There'll be this part here, which will stick out. And then the bit with the miner at the back, I'll have as kind of an alcove. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the middle would kind of be, well, in the middle of here, which kind of works. So we want the output to come down in a fancy display down the front of the building here. And it might be worth doing the fancy display in a blueprint first and playing around there, rather than doing it up here in an awkward position. So I kind of have in my mind what I want to do, and it's kind of similar. It's kind of similar to this, but sort of bigger and flashier and more architectural. And I should keep walking on the spot so I don't get too stiff. Oh, they've been hunting. Seems to always be spitter remains, though. Oh, a slug. Good one, George. Good hunting. Nope, don't go that way. Don't go. Come back. Thanks, Timmy. Ooh, circuit boards. Good one, Timmy. We can't make those yet. And we need them. We need them to make geothermal power. Which I think we might actually have enough now. Okay. I should have sampled a sign from over there. Because we're going to use a big sign here. So let's start... Do we start with a support beam? Actually, let's go with a pillar. Do we have a pillar down there? No. So a pillar is kind of our anchor point. Probably shouldn't make it too high because we can always stack it. Stacking it could be easier than cutting it down to size potentially. Signs. Signs are not in the quick menu. I should put them in the quick menu actually. So 8 is materials, 7 is colors. Let's go 6 and put some signs in here. So let's put some lights in here too. Because eventually we might use some lights. I think if we pick one of each style of sign, we can probably use the quick switch to switch between them from there. We should really use shelf units sometimes as well. Okay, so now we should be able to go quick menu, billboard. And same as we did with the small one, we pick a simple layout. Get rid of the icon and change it to none. I mean, we could do something shimmery like snowflakes, or this is a cool background. Maybe I do want that. Maybe I should try that. But I did want it glowy, and glowy is not conducive to that because glowy is going to be good old Pioneer overalls. But I guess we could have the lines as like a black mesh over it. Well, that's Max Black. Ooh, Max Black. That doesn't... Oh, that's because that's the icon. Right, gotcha. So I actually want this set to none. And the background set to the cool effect. Okay, maybe it's one of the other colors that needs to be black. There we go. Oh, that's trippy. Oh, I need to step back. That's better. I don't know if the pattern is going to work with the kind of setup I'm thinking. Probably is best to just have it plain. Okay, now I want something chunky. We want foundations. We kind of want to use our good old friend the barrier and get some 45-degree angles here. And it's moving. Why is it moving? You know what? I can just nudge it from wherever. I think it does matter where I position it from. I think I actually want to put it... It won't let me put it anywhere but on an edge. That's interesting. But on foundations, I can put it anywhere I want. Let's use this rotate. 1, 2, 3. So this will be kind of like there. Actually, I might do just a half block here and then do a diagonal the other side. And yes, I'm going to have to replace those with halves, but that's fine. And then I want to have another 45 on the other side, sort of going back into this angle of the building. Is that 45? I don't know. This might have been easier to do with just pillars rather than concrete slabs, and maybe I will redo it with concrete, with pillars instead. This is going to take up most of the width of the front of the building as it is, so maybe I do need to make it a bit more compact. But the idea is that we have something like this. And then you have your conveyor running up the middle. Yeah, see, I don't know if that background is wide enough. And I think the concrete might be too wide. Although it is a bit more visible than the other one. And then we do colours. Let's go to really quite black. Just as nighttime falls, great. So that's the idea, is to kind of have a bit of a border around with a glowing background with the products coming down in the middle. But I'm not sure about the sizing and the spacing. I might save it as just a prototype. And then we rip it down and do try a different idea. What are we going to call this one? Let's actually call it Steel something, because it's designed for the steel factory. I'm not going to bother with any other info at the moment, because I'm going to rip it down and make another different one. That is very black. I think we'd need some more detail on these surfaces if we went with something like that. So that's using half slabs, and that would use up effectively most of 4 slabs. So if the factory is only 8 slabs wide, then if you put 2 of these on it, that's pretty much the entire thing. Although we could make a double version, because basically the beams and pipes are going to come from the one factory, and stators and motors are from the one factory as well. So let's try and see if we can make it a bit more compact. Let's use big concrete pillars. Oh look, it already snaps on at 45 degrees as well. That's handy. That's much easier to assemble as well. It's not quite as crisp on the corner. I mean, we don't necessarily need to have an angle in. We could just have it like that, and then have like a steel beam up on the inside or something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure about the black. Kind of cuts the depth out. Given it is a steel factory, we could actually just go with the big metal pillars. Keeps moving. Stop moving. Because that has more depth, I think, because it has a metal finish. We could also just like stick some of these on it. Or switch to sort of a put these every now and again. Good old pants colour. Let's try it on the black, see how it looks on the black. I think I prefer the steel finish for this particular one. No, the metal finish. I'm not sure about the animated background though. I think maybe a plain background might be better. Is anyone in chat have any opinions or ideas? Because the idea is the rest of the factory would have windows, so on this other side we would probably have like a small pillar, maybe just concrete, because there will be some concrete, so we could have that up like that, and then have... Do I have windows under this quick menu? No. Actually, do I have quick menu windows? I don't have windows. You do add windows to the quick menu. Thing is, with Windows, you build one and then you can just copy it. So, like we could do a honeycomb window or a full frame window. I have zero taste, so I like what I see now with the metal version. You like the metal version. See, that's an opinion. The metal is better than the black. And then, yeah, the really black is good for some things, but I think it loses the angle. You can't see the angle. But I think something like that. So I'll change these to metal. Unfortunately, the metal is actually a different part. So I need to rebuild those. Oops, I did lose a sign. Why is that overlapping the sign? Did I do something different? I think I had the positioning slightly different on that side. Did I have it in there? Oops. Oh, I did. I had it so that the inset was actually slightly less on that side. That actually might work better, I think. I kind of like that. Like later on, we'll make massive factories, and then we can get really into the brutalist architecture and just slab concrete everywhere. But I think because this is still a fairly small factory in this grand scheme of factory sizes, I might actually put that at the back there, so the whole thing is kind of protruding out a bit. No, that's fine. Okay. So I will put these signs back on, because they do add a bit of... Maybe there's too many of these though. Maybe I don't want them every 2. Maybe I just want them every 3 or 4. But that'll be easy enough to delete if I do want to rearrange it. So we're not actually having the conveyor there because we'll need to build this into the building structure for each place. So the style will vary a little bit. From the back, it looks okay. Oh, that's right. We actually built a concrete pillar support as the back. Yeah, that's fine. So these, I think I will get rid of the rectangles. It's interesting, like this close, you can actually see the pixels of the screen. Not the pixels of the headset, the pixels of the in-game screen. There is actually a matrix to them. There is a screen door effect. And I am going to sit down on my stool because I'm getting a little bit stiff and tired. So let me reposition. That didn't paste. Thought I pasted the settings. Come on. Paste. Okay, obviously it's... Maybe I hit copy instead. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And it's different from the basics factory. Pardon me. I was wondering if maybe we should have a beam on this join here. Not a painted beam though, maybe this is where the black comes into it. Maybe do a black H beam. Oh, no, don't rotate me. Rotate the beam. It's not going to sit quite right there, is it? Whereas there it is flush. I should have copied... Actually, that's a grey beam. I don't want a grey beam. I did want to try a strip of black. Nah, if I did that, I'd have to do it on the other side as well, I think. Let's go with this. This is an okay design, and there's going to be lots of other factories later in the save that we can fiddle with designs. So let's go with this. Let's call this architecture. I want to put it there. No, I don't have to do this. This is the problem. This is bugged. It's not letting me select where I want to save it now. Select icon. What's an icon of this would look like? It's like a wall. Okay, let's just call this. I mean, technically it's a spot to put a lift, so we could just put a lift icon there. Because it is a vertical output. It would be nice if you could like have icons based on the actual blueprint rather than just the game icons. Okay. Confirm. Now. That's right. I had a thought. We could put some frame in here. So we could put a frame on the corner there. Nah, no, it's not going to fit. Okay, this is what we're going with. Let's head back and slap it on a few buildings and see if we can make it look decent. I knew that was going to happen and I forgot. Just made it. Oh, nope, nope, don't go over. Okay, I'm going to stand up again. That's enough rest. So, let's see if this fits on and looks okay. Architecture. Actually, no, it was undefined because it wouldn't let me save it in the same place. Steel output. Face the front, please. Kind of want it to line up with that roof there, so maybe I should run a level of this over so I just have an idea of the sort of height I'm going to run the logistics at. It will be under that. That's actually not too below where we are here already, actually. Sure. Now I really can't see to put another one on top. And that's probably a reasonable height to put the roof of the building. Although, looking at this spacing here, I kind of want to move it back 1 meter. Damn it. Luckily, that's easy enough to do. And does it cover the foundation there? Yes, it does. Okay, that way, when we have a window that lines up on there, the window can fit in there, and then we can do something on the corner there. That is pretty big and bold. And fitting 2 of them on that factory is going to be even fatter. Maybe we make a skinny version or a double version. I did suggest we might make a double version. So the idea is that on top we have the materials come through. So kind of here we will want a manhole kind of in that area to come through. Good looking, you like it? It's not too bulky. I hope it will look even better once the rest of the walls and everything are put together. So if we line that up with the top, we could actually hide a lift hole behind here to line it up, actually. That might be the easiest way to do it. There's none around here I can copy. No, don't nudge diagonally. Stupid game. So apparently the diagonal nudge bug is possibly related to you standing or being near something that is diagonal already. Which is annoying. Actually, these are diagonal, so maybe they're throwing it off. If I put it up there, that's still diagonal. It's annoying. How about if I do it from the ground? That's still diagonal. What? Okay, this is refusing to go straight now. Okay, that's straight. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. But it's not lined up, which implies that it's gone diagonal at some stage. God. Okay, we'll do this the other way. I'm just trying to get the top bit where the actual conveyor comes through, then have that set up so that we can then run the logistics from there. So if we have a stand like at that position there, then we should be able to have this snap on the other side. Could be too high actually, maybe we need to go lower. Oh, almost fell off. I have to go. Have a good stream and good luck with the diagonal. Thanks, Merc. Thanks very much. And thanks for your feedback. So you're about to snap that there, drag it down the front like that, and it will be in the right position. Excellent. I think that position will be the right one. Oh, then we're going to have the same problem. Is the lift going to be around the right way? Ah, it is in the wrong position. And it's turned around. We might need to do a hole at the top to get this lift to properly be the right way around. We could try, we'll try building it from the bottom and see if we can convince it to be the right way around. We managed to fool it last time, I'm not sure how. No. Okay. I'm going to have to go stick a hole up the top. Blimmin' obstacle course to get up and around this factory at the moment. Oh, I missed. This might be easy to actually do from the front. This is the thing, when you try and do nice architecture, it takes like half an hour to build the actual factory and 3 hours to get it all to look pretty. Actually, we can probably trick it into doing a stumpy lift. I wonder if we can trick it into doing it that stumpy. Let's try. We put the hole there, so we should be able to delete that. But we want to put this higher. No, okay, that hole has to be lower. Oh, it did try and snap, but it does need to be lower. I thought about putting these tops and bottoms into a blueprint or into either the same blueprint or a different one, but because every building is potentially going to be a different height. So that snaps to there, but I think I can snap it to the lower one. Yeah, I thought it shouldn't be too hard. Once I get the pattern down, it won't be too hard to build this part manually into each one. And a lot of buildings are going to require... Did I just do that wrong and it was right before? I wonder why it's red. Like, it's saying snap, but it's saying red. Possibly because it's too high. Like it's too compact. Let's try the half-meter trick. I'm also messing around an awful lot here with something that the roof line is going to affect. Okay, so half meter, it doesn't want to snap at all. So we'll just go with this height. Again, I should kind of focus more on getting the general layout done, because I can always come back here and fiddle with specifics later on. Now this one, because the output rate is slow, if we do a Mark 1, it'll be more... Oh, what? Oh, they just downgraded it. Oh well, whoops. That's fine. That's probably going... Oh, it's around the right way. It's around the right way. Trying to figure out how to get back up there. Let's go this one. Okay, so effectively this will be a ceiling that is kind of up here. And it'll run across over the factory. Not sure if we're going to make it sloped or not, but we're just putting placeholders in here. Now this is the output here. All comes out here actually. That's an odd way I've aligned that, but from there into there. Now they should all flow down the front. So this will be under the ground here. This will be kind of a flat concrete front to it, so we can speed it up and use Mark 3s under here. And it needs to merge in here. Let's just connect this direct for now, because we're going to need to do the other lines separately anyway. Which means all these should now flood through here, and they should flood down here. Oh, we're still getting ones. And this is filling up here. Now, is this going to fill up before we have time to build a sink if we do the other ones first? What is the time? It is 11 o'clock, so it is actually quite late at night. I think both other factories are going to be a double. Well, it's probably going to be a double above this. So, thing is, if I put the double, like the output here and there, it's actually, the windows won't show you the actual factory in action. But if I put it in the middle as a double, then the windows will actually show you in, and you can see the factories running. So I do think I like the idea of having a double design, at least for the beams and the pipes. And for the motors and stators, I'm tempted to have a combined single output for the motors and stators, because the throughput is not very high. It's also something I can do tonight, because we have enough time to do that, I think. So we actually didn't leave a lot of room. We only had one square. We might actually bring this forward one more. Again, because it's blueprints, it's not too hard to
Propaganda
move.
broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay. And we have an ad break coming up. So when the ad break comes, actually I'll take a break now and kick the ads off. And then we'll do a little bit more just to finish up basically some design layout experiments. I won't build the final thing tonight. I'll just plonk down some things and see how it looks. See, this is going to be a 2-layer factory, so we could actually have like one coming down here and one coming down at the back behind, and then it merges on and joins together. That might look kind of cool. Okay, so yes, it is late, but I will keep going a bit longer, but I'll take an ad break and I'll have a bit of a stretch and have a drink, and I will be back shortly to experiment a bit more with this factory layout stuff.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we are back in Satisfactory VR. Let me just... My auto stabilization is not turning on for some reason, or it's not tracking properly, which means the whole stream's probably been a bit jittery. Okay, so you can see over there the buffer of encased beams is finished up, and now it's sort of slowed to a trickle, so they're coming down a bit slower now. So let's try a similar look over here. Now over there we had it fairly far back. We only had a single foundation between the factory and the front, whereas here we've got two, and I think that might be better spacing. So if we put it in the middle, same as the other one, and basically have it at that point there. Oh, we haven't got the height right here. Although this might actually be a bit lower because the whole factory is down a bit lower. So we may actually want to drop it down. Oops. Rotate and stay. That's backwards. There. So we have that there, which is kind of the center of this little sub-factory. So let's see if this roof height is enough to clear the stators factory. It is. It's a little tight, but that's not too bad. And we could actually put a bit of angle in here. But now, if we... Man, I need an easier way to get up and down. Maybe I should build jump pads. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. I don't think I've unlocked them. Remember, one factory actually found a practical use for jump pads. I kept having beans spawn on the roof, so I put jump pads around the edges of the roof. And so when the beans go wandering around my factory roof, they would get shot off the roof. It's quite effective. So this is kind of the end wall here. Although probably do want to go over one and have it there. This is going to tower above the top of the motors. Although it might not be towering because like this one is barely above one of those blueprints and we've got two blueprints stacked there, so it's actually fairly close and we might even need to go higher. Ha! Look, it actually is not high enough. Big factory is big. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, because this one, yeah, this one is effectively only 2 layers with the frame. Each one of these is 3 layers. So do we go a whole extra one on top? I don't know if I can get to it from here. Actually, we want to actually have it rotated so the stairs face a useful direction. Diagonal nudge. Wow, that is very random nudge. I'm still not high enough. Having a hover pack would make this much easier. Okay, that is enough clearance, and it doesn't look like it's a ridiculous amount of clearance either. We could put some good lights up there, and that would shine down on the factory there. So I think that is actually not too bad. And this is our first big, tall factory. Okay, so that's kind of placeholders. Oops. I can't see because the parachute's in the way. I wonder if I can connect some of those. Maybe. I'll do the outside pillars at least, because then it'll look at least somewhat structurally sound. No, don't delete the whole blueprint. That would be bad. Got the damn thing working. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I'm happy with that. And the motor one, despite being 3 high versus the front being 2, still doesn't look like it's towering too high above. You know, I could do one either side for the beams and pillars. Let's try it. Thing is, it's going to kind of come in where these are here. So that can all go. We've finally finished. That's the last bit of the old factory there. Now gone. But we actually, it only needs to come down to this height. Because we're going to have the roof of this building then ahead of that. So if we put it there, there'll be a narrow window in the middle that won't actually show anything. But we could actually bring it out to here, so it's kind of on the sides of the building. And again, this one's going to be asymmetrical, which is cool. Asymmetrical could be cool. Okay, that is high enough that way. This is high enough this way. Yes. Technically. Could go a little higher. I think, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 1, 2, we could just... I can't see if that's lined up or not. It's a very awkward angle to build from. So the design is fairly simple, so it's actually not too hard to manually extend it higher. Still got a crick in the neck. Yeah, I think we do need to bring this one forward. And that shouldn't take too long. Now that we kind of got a pattern and know what we're doing, we should be able to move this forward fairly easily. And I won't bother hooking up the logistics necessarily. Oops. I might leave that hole there as a reference because we're going to have to rebuild the hole. So that'll come all the way out to there. Obsidian time. We need it. Which obsidian do we need? Or are you advertising something? That's backwards. I might optimistically... No, I should leave this tower in here before I hook up the conveyor and everything. Okay, but that's the position of where it will be. We can actually do a diagonal corner here, so we might actually chop that corner off there. That's probably not so useful there. I kind of want to delete that so I can actually see what this looks like. The sign's crooked. Yeah, okay, that spacing works well. Because that way they're kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 with a fifth behind. They're kind of this way, and they actually kind of step down as well. Bump, 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 bump. That actually has quite a good symmetry to it. And then we have the front office in the front here, where we could probably put a similar kind of motif going down as pillars into the water. Yeah, I'm quite liking that. So that one is 4, that one is 4, that one is 3, that one is 4, and that one at the back is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So that one looks shorter, but it's just set further back. But that's because this front office is going to be at the front here. Let's wire this one back up because it shouldn't be too hard. Oops, missed. Oh, and I just pulled down all those walkways. Can I make that jump? Nope. Okay, I actually want a merger here because all the output is going to get merged together and then it goes through the sorter. So that will be there, and I think that should be able to fit a conveyor in there. Yep, default mode fits. So this will come along here. Now I still need to do the hole at the top. I can get rid of that hole. So I'll finish wiring this up today, and I'll feed the other logistics another time. I think we've got the general layout set up. You know, this can see where this is going. We can do the rest later. Oh, that was less than ideal. Maybe I should add a bunch of walkways into the plan here, so actually some walkways between buildings would be a good idea once the actual walls and logistics are laid out properly. Where's the staircase? Side. Okay. Let's see if we can nudge this into place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I missed by 1 meter. That's annoying. Apparently I can't count. Okay, that was 8. Here we go. Okay, that's in its new position. So that is actually further back though. So this is actually further forward than that one. So the whole factory is further forward, I think. But that's fine. I think that will be fine. At least the spacing inside the factory will be similar. Yeah, that's a more pronounced staggered effect now, which I think is actually quite good. And those two are kind of behind the office, and that one's a little bit forward with the one behind it. Cool. And I still need to fix up that wonky bit. But I'm pretty happy with that layout. I just need to do all the rest of the logistics to get all the rest of the products flowing through. Then I need to hide an awesome sink underneath. Hopefully there'll be enough room underneath. Awesome sinks are damn huge, so I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't fit. But we'll find out. Did that build in the right place? Yes, it did. Cool. Now it's starting to look like steel factory. See, this at the top, I could actually move a little bit higher and actually have like a peak over the roof, I think. So actually have a cap on top. But I'll fiddle with that another time. I think this is looking good. I like how it's coming together, at least as like the bare concepts. But we still have a lot of work left to do to slap walls on it until it's ready and done. So I'm going to head back and pack up now. Thank you very much for giving me your time this evening. Or letting me distract you if you're at work. Well, it's a Saturday. People might be at work, I guess. This has been Satisfactory in VR, Phase 4, Advanced Steel Production. I normally stream Friday evenings, GMT +8, that is, Western Australia. So this is now, it's 11:30 p.m. here, so whatever time it is where you are, this is the end of the stream. And often I'll end before this because, I'm kind of running a bit late tonight. Started late though, so it's all good. How are my doggos going? Hunting down any more spitters? Oh, hogs, okay. Cool, good one, Timmy. Scratch has been after the spitters, okay. And how about George? 4:34 where Frack is. You got the evening rest to go. George has Cable. Good one. The others two went hunting and you brought home Cable. Thanks, George. Okay. Sometime I need to turn this hypertube elevator into a blueprint and make it look a bit neater rather than just being a bit of a prototype. Okay, so, well, that's going to actually look pretty cool from a distance as well, I think. Might need to put some more lights on the side, but yeah, it's coming along. So yes, I stream most Fridays, some Saturdays, depending on what it is. Mostly Satisfactory, sometimes No Man's Sky, possibly other VR games in the future. I'll have to see how I go. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed yourself and maybe learnt a few things. And if you are interested in the Satisfactory VR mod at all, if you type !VR mod in the chat, it will give you a link to more information. Yes, I do need to make a water slide in here for the doggos sometime as well. The pools are cool, but they're a bit bare at the moment. So yeah, !VR mod if you want to get more information on the Satisfactory VR mod. And I will go to the goodbye screen and then I'll see if there's someone to raid out to in Twitch. You can pretend to pet them, Frack. That's pretty immersive. There's no hand collision though. Not yet. So let me go to the outro screen and I will see if there's someone to raid. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to save the game because I always forget to save the game. I raid out and then I go, why haven't I saved yet? Sorry, I'm just typing really slowly here on this virtual keyboard, which you can't see because I've switched screens already. Okay, game has been saved. Exit game. And let's see if there's someone to raid to on Twitch who is doing either VR or Satisfactory. Let's have a look. We have Esinba, who's doing Satisfactory. We've raided him a few times before. He's probably just starting, so that's probably who we will raid. Let's have a look. Father Bill is playing Elite Dangerous in VR. He's always fun to follow, although he's pretty chill. I reckon we go to Esinba. Esinba's a cool guy, and I reckon he's probably just starting a stream. He's been going for an hour, so let's raid him. Say hi. He knows me. I've raided him before. So say hi from me, and I hope you all have a good weekend. Simba's got a funny hat on. I wonder what he's doing. Oh, it's the stream anniversary. There you go. So let's all wish him a happy anniversary once we get there. No problems, Frack. Thanks for hanging out.